Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Folks, Roland Martin here. We are live in Houston, Texas, where thousands are in this arena waiting for Vice President Kamala Harris to hit this stage to make the closing argument about the importance of reproductive rights. Texas is ground zero in the battle for reproductive rights. And so over the next several hours, we'll be covering this rally. A number of speakers are going to be here, including Congressman Colin Allred, who is facing down Texas Senator Ted Cruz for that 6-year term of the United States Senate. So we'll be covering this in its entirety. Folks, it is time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network, live from Houston, Texas.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funky, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin.
Folks, this is a live look at Shell Energy Stadium in Houston, Texas, where folks have been in line literally since 10 o'clock this morning, waiting to get in to see and hear Vice President Kamala Harris. It is 11 days until Election Day, and folks are here. They still are coming in. Massive, massive lines were outside waiting in line. We, of course, media could not get in until 4 o'clock, and it was crazy. So let me explain to what you're seeing. So here, this is the stadium where the Houston Dynamo play soccer. And so they have a fire marshal declaration. No one could be on that grass. And so the Harris people would have loved to fill this entire floor, but they were prevented from doing so. And so you see the floor, of course, is filling up. Seats are filling up. Folks are coming in. And again, there is a lot of excitement here in Houston to hear the Vice President make the closing argument. The focus is going to be on reproductive rights. This has been, of course, talked about a lot in the course of this election, and it is a dominant theme. And so she's doing this. She's going to be in Philadelphia on Sunday. Then on Tuesday, she's going to speak the very same spot where Donald Trump spoke, where he fired up the insurrectionists on January 6, 2021. And she makes her way to Michigan. As we say, it is 11 days. 11 days. Early voting is taking place all across the country. Ground game is essential when it comes to winning this presidency. It's all about Vice President Kamala Harris and the orange band to be the 47th president of the United States. And so there is a ton of excitement here. And so we're going to be showing some video a little bit later as we were walking the lines, as people were waiting outside to actually to see folks, but also, again, to be able to see what's going on. And so let's go back downstairs. Let's see from the floor. The pre-program is supposed to start 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 local time. That's in about 7 minutes. And so we're actually waiting on that. And so we'll see what happens. Let's do this here. I'm going to pull this up. Let's see if I can find it here. Where we go. Because, again, we were downstairs walking around. And let's do this here. So, Anthony, do this here. Deshaun, come here. So give Anthony my phone. Let's see if we can actually, come here. So let's see if we can go ahead and connect and play that video. So let's run that video back so people can see the lines. Yeah, so let's see if we can do that. And so again, folks, we're here in Houston. It is all about, again, this closing argument. Two closing arguments. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, and this election is about protecting reproductive rights. Michael Imhotep with the African History Network show in Detroit. He joins us right now. Michael, here's the deal. Texas is not a battleground state. Texas is not a battleground state, but it is ground zero for reproductive rights. That's why they are here speaking tonight. Detroit, where you are, is critical. And listen, folks are desperate for Detroit. What I've been hearing from the campaign, if Detroit gets 51% or higher turnout, she wins this election. But folks in Detroit have got to turn out, Michael.
Absolutely. People in Detroit have to turn out. There's a big galvanizing effort to get them out. I was just with Reva Martin, talk show host and CNN legal analyst on Wednesday, filming her show right here in Detroit. And it was about galvanizing African Americans, informing them about the issues. There's a huge effort that's taking place in various parts of Detroit to not just turn people out to vote, but explain the issues to them. People come to these conversations with various levels of understanding. You have people that follow politics every day. You have people that tune in and tune out every 2 years or 4 years. But this is about turning out not just the base, but also those who there's some who can be persuaded, who are debating about not voting and voting for Kamala Harris. So this right here taking place, these closing arguments are significant. Yes, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He's talking about America being a trash can. He's talking about using the power of the presidency to punish his political enemies. But also, we have women's reproductive rights. Also, we have economic issues as well. We have expanding the Affordable Health Care Act. All of these issues are connected. But if you lose the democracy, all these other things don't matter. So this is extremely important.
Well, on that particular point there, you've had two decisions. The Los Angeles Times and the Washington Post announced today they're not going to give an endorsement in this race. They took a lot of people off. People have resigned from both papers. People have canceled their subscriptions. I canceled my subscription to both of those newspapers. And again, to me, that's cowardice. I get the whole issue. I get Gaza. I get what's happening there. But literally, Donald Trump is an existential threat to the future of America. He is an absolute fascist, and the bottom line is this is all hands on deck.
Absolutely, and the revelation of the statements from former Chief of Staff John Kelly are driving home this point. He was right there side by side with Donald Trump. He said that Donald Trump fits the definition of a fascist. You can't get any more explicit than that. Yes, the Washington Post, Jeff, and according, I've been reading the article from CNBC.com as well as the one from the op-ed from the Washington Post. You had the two staff reporters said the editorial page staffers had drafted an endorsement for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, but it was killed by Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post, as well as Amazon. This is cowardice. Okay, you wait 11 days for the most consequential election since 1876 to do a non-endorsement. The Washington Post has done an endorsement every election cycle from 1976 except for 1988, but now you choose not to do that. So this is cowardice from the Washington Post as well as the LA Times.
You know, and the thing here again, you've got, the owners can make whatever decision they want. But what I keep explaining to people what's going on here, I mean, this guy absolutely wants to use the power of the presidency to attack his enemies. He has made it real clear.
Yes, he's made it real clear. He's mentioned names like Nancy Pelosi. He's mentioned names like Adam Schiff. Now, it's believed by some, and I'm one of those, reading the article from CNBC, we know that Jeff Bezos has been a critic in the past of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has attacked Jeff Bezos. And also in a 2019 lawsuit, Amazon claimed it had lost a $10 billion cloud computing contract with the Pentagon to Microsoft because Donald Trump had used, quote unquote, improper pressure to harm his perceived political enemy, which would be Jeff Bezos. So it's possible Jeff Bezos, because this is a neck and neck race, it's possible Jeff Bezos fears Donald Trump becoming president again and being on the end of more retribution or even a greater amount of retribution. But this is still cowardice here.
Well, absolutely. All right, here's what's going to happen. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to show you, we walk the lines, chatting with people, and so we're going to chat with them. And so we'll be right back on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Her blanket.
First of all, I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion?
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. So all they talk about abortion. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared. You will no longer have anxiety. You will be protected, and I will be your protector.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice. I won't vote for him again. January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us. Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
Remember 4 years ago, black unemployment was over 10%, and Trump told us to inject bleach. But when Biden and Harris got into office, they invested in America. They took on inflation and corporate price gouging. Now, last year, black unemployment dropped below 5%, and Kamala's not stopping there. As president, she'll continue to take on corporate greed and put cash back in your pockets.
Yeah, I'm going to go after them.
Kamala has a plan to make our lives better. Vote Kamala Harris for president.
IVF is a miracle for us because it allowed us to have our family. After having my daughter, I wanted more children, but my embryo transfer was canceled 8 days before the procedure. Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade stopped us from growing the family that we wanted. I don't want politicians telling me how or when I can have a baby. We need a president that will protect our rights, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Disastrous, alarming, a plan that shreds American values. That's what independent news sources and conservatives are saying about a proposal from right-wing extremists called Project 2025. It would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs created by the Clean Energy Plan, give massive tax breaks to big oil, and roll back protections that keep corporations from poisoning our water with toxic chemicals. Project 2025, a dream for them, a disaster for you.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger to our troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Hello, I'm Jamia Pugh. I am from Coatesville, Pennsylvania, just an hour right outside of Philadelphia.
My name is Jasmine Pugh. I'm also from Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
You are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. Stay right here.
All right, folks, welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered. We're here in Houston for the Vice President Kamala Harris Rally, waiting for it to kick off. Folks, the moment they announced that she was coming here, 50,000 plus people signed up to attend this particular rally here. And so earlier today, before we would even get into the building, we decided to walk through the line. We just want to give y'all a sense of what that was like. So let's go ahead and roll it. Hey, how you doing? All right, folks. So we're here in Houston. Hey, how you doing? So we're here in Houston. This is, of course, the Kamala Harris rally here. So it's not even 4 o'clock. It's literally been at 4 o'clock. This is literally the line to get in. It wraps all the way around. Hey, how you doing? It wraps all the way around. So we're just going to walk around and see how far it goes.
Good to see you, brother. Good? Yes, sir. We'd be better if we was in there. Hey. Y'all know Scott.
Okay, yeah. All right. It's not.
Good.
I'm looking for my water bottle. What does it look like?
Hey, you guys, Harris is here. We want to make sure she gets elected. Hey, Frank, why do we do that? We met back in, like getting volunteers. We met at the dedication. That's right.
Yeah. How you doing?
How you doing? Right. Maybe it's a troll. This line is all the way back there around. This is crazy.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm so short. Okay, Roland, hold on.
Yoga hot? Hot yoga or regular yoga? So that means y'all used to all the people.
Yeah, y'all. There too.
There you go. The sun's coming this way, baby. Y'all got these timers. We don't need all this. Timer slow, brother.
Oh my God, thank you. I love you. I watch you every day.
All good.
Shade room would be like, I'll be Yeah, it was Will Smith. Oh, really? I think it was Will Smith.
You know what I was looking at Kelly Boy? I was like,
All right. Come on. I got it. Down on the side. Stay right there.
You want his live? You want his live?
All right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Thank you for everything you do.
There you go.
Thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you.
Huh? You didn't bring a big hat. You didn't bring a hat. Huh?
I just met her cousin.
Which I got a lot of cousins.
Her daughter's Ashley.
Huh?
Her daughter's Ashley.
That's Angela.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
You take a picture with you?
I got 39 cousins. That's first. 72 second, 122 third. So yeah.
Take a picture of right there.
Just give him the camera.
Oh my goodness. Where's my camera at? That's what I'm saying. That's so
JY all day.
I follow you. I want to be all the time.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I just follow you all the time, baby. Yes, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Some people not coming prepared.
We were prepared.
So y'all sing, oh hell no, you got that Longhorn hat. I'm an Aggie. I don't know about that. I can't stand Longhorn.
I'm not to give her a blurry picture of that.
My cousin married a this young, I still can't tell. No, it's coming on. It's coming on.
You're here. You're right there.
You guys shot the whole all right, so we're gonna walk up there next and then we're gonna put that line up.
Okay.
Where's the camera? Right here. That's not the camera.
Turn around.
Where's the camera?
No, I'm just walking with him. Just walking. I'm a fan.
That's it.
So scary.
What city you in? Where you from? Here. You had a breeze out here. I don't need to take camera pros.
Mr. Barney, she want to take a picture with you. She want to take a picture with you too. Where your camera? My husband's gonna be mad because he didn't come.
I'm not
But now she has it here.
What's up, Bum? What's going on?
I saw y'all taking a picture. I'll be all lonely. And 10 walls. And 10 walls. And Beyonce. Yay! I'm with you. Yay!
Hey, man, how you doing, Roland? How you doing, man? I watch you every night.
I appreciate it.
Oh, man.
Appreciate it.
I don't have my phone.
I got, but we got a whole lot. Yeah, I know. What I'm saying. We got about 1,000. Huh? Come on. You gotta have your phone ready. I got it. Let's get the cookies, bro. There you go. There you go. All right, thank you. Appreciate it, brother. Yep. There you go. Ain't blocking the sun, but you trying. Y'all got this time. I hate these times, y'all. There you go. All right, y'all take care.
Be ready.
I'm about to say. You trying to block that sun. Hey. There you go. I'm back in DC a long time ago.
I follow you on Twitter.
I appreciate it. Come on.
No, right there.
All right, cool. I got it.
Go right there. I'm holding it. I know, but we
Y'all got these times, but they take too long. Come on, we gonna walk up over there. Hold up. That's going. Which way is it going?
You could like walk through the fence on that side.
Come on. What? You come across over there?
Yeah.
I can't even think of that man's name.
Excuse me, man. Excuse me.
Y'all ready to take a picture?
Hey, what's going on? Look, how you doing?
Hold on, there she go with the hat on. Come.
I need to see both of them.
It's two.
You need to open them up. Let me see your tickets, please.
I just had to let him know. That's one.
I'm sorry?
One.
Okay, but that's straight. I'm sorry?
We're rolling.
Okay, that's right.
Wait a minute.
I got it. I don't need that. That slows me down.
Oh, that's Roland. Oh my God, Roland.
There you go. I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, come on.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Roland, can I get one?
Yeah. I got it, baby. Turn this way. There you go. I'm like,
every day, Roland.
Definitely on YouTube.
Yeah.
Every day. No, you got it. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Big Roland, big Roland.
There you go.
Roland. Wait, I want it. Roland. Roland. All right.
There you go.
Thank you, Roland.
Cool.
Hey, Roland, I've been trying to get to you.
I'm right here.
I'll be here. I'll tell you where I am. When, just
I got it, baby. I got it. Let go. I got it.
I got it. Let me get up here.
There you go.
Thank you, Roland. Know your cousin, the Bombay.
There you go. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Glad you're here, Roland.
We'll be broadcasting.
Live today? Okay.
Yep, I go live at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep. Hashtag when we're black. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, honey. I say hashtag when we're black.
Yeah. We have a bomb on Sunday's call.
This is hashtag, yeah.
We have a bomb on Sunday's
This is
black name call.
Okay. Come on. We know you got to come. You should have been Obama's communication director. You don't want me.
That's a pay cut.
Hold on. Go ahead, man. Get that spell. good. I got you good. That's good. I got you good, girl.
Stop moving. Stop moving. You gotta bend down.
Stop moving. Thank you, sir.
Your lens was dirty.
Hey, you know what? You got to say it out loud.
Your lens was dirty. How you doing?
I love
Good? How y'all doing? You got a sweatshirt on? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but y'all got t-shirts. What's happening? All good? Yeah. All right, then.
You headed to the front? You headed to the front?
Yeah, I got like that.
Oh!
How you doing? You got that? What's up, bro? How you doing? Some hands, God. Two hands. I appreciate it.
I see Roland with his big head.
Yeah.
Mr. Morton, how you doing?
How you doing? You all good? I got it. I got it. Come on. There you go. All good. What's up, bro? There you go. All right. What's going on there? What's up, bro? All right.
Excuse me.
What's going on? You good? How's it going?
Beyoncé said hi.
Excuse me.
They're not until 4 o'clock. They've been holding press till 4 o'clock.
Excuse me.
I don't care. I still want to get in.
I know that, but not until 4. Excuse me. How you doing? You good? How you doing? How's up, bro? How you doing? Good. All the way.
Good.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Let me get you
Be careful.
Metabands. Yeah, I do. Metabands coming up. Somebody will come back for him, maybe. The video joint's coming this little in a hurricane.
Let's get it.
Yeah, it is that hard because it basically it charges it up.
Yeah. amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I love it.
I appreciate
You're working now, huh?
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you earlier, too.
I don't know, my phone did.
353.
353.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy the juice to the long time. The one and only political.
Absolutely. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. See. Hold up. Come on. Smile. Here you go. You got it all together. There you go. All right, let's put it back on. All right, folks, we are live in Houston. We're waiting for the pre-program to start. The Gym and Fantasia. So they got all these lights, everybody has these wristbands. Go to that shot, y'all. And so you can actually see this whole stadium is lit. It has been nothing but a party here. Do understand, people are still, the line is still wrapped around this stadium. Folks are still trying to get in here. This is one of the largest rallies in America in this election season. There were 20,000 last night in Atlanta. You've got thousands, almost 20,000 here. They are fired up for Vice President Kamala Harris. Listen to them. So we are waiting, folks. We're waiting for, again, the pre-program to start. It is estimated that Vice President Kamala Harris won't speak until about 9:30 Eastern, between 9:30 and 10 Eastern. And so this was supposed to start, the pre-program, at 6:30. It is now 7:04. And so we are here. And I want y'all to understand, I mean, this is why the Black Star Network matters. And this is why our fans matter. I mean, all of y'all on YouTube, man, hit that like button. If y'all are watching on the app, absolutely. It is electric here. And so we wanted to be here. And so let me tell you, we were last night at Edward Waters University in Jacksonville. And so when we finished, we packed up. Deshaun Smith, our driver, he got in the car, drove 12 straight hours to Houston in order for us to have the Secret Service sweep our gear. We raced, we got it in here. They shut the whole stadium down. They did a whole entire security sweep. And then we came in here and set everything up. And so it's just amazing to be here. And I can tell you, we're likely at about 18,000 right now. And so do this here. So I was telling you earlier, Brett, give me a shot of the grassy field. So so the deal is, the fire marshal said they could not have people on the grass. I think they're trying to protect half of the soccer field. But the bottom line is, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. That's what's going on right here. And so, and the Harris folks would have loved to have people even on the grass area here, but they were not allowed to do so. And so they would have packed this whole joint out. 55,000 people. They announced this on Tuesday. They were coming here. In the first 24 hours, there were 55,000 people that registered to come to this rally. It is absolute excitement happening here in Houston. Folks are excited about this race. When you look at the polling data, bottom line, it is a tight race. What I keep saying, Michael Imhotep with the African History Network shows with us. Michael, I keep telling people, you cannot focus on the national polls. You must look at the state by state. So what's happening in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia and Arizona and Nevada. That's what matters. And black people, Michael, we got to keep saying this. I need black people to understand if black people turn out in Detroit like they did in 2008 for Obama, if black people in North Carolina turn out like they did for Obama in 2008, if black people turn out in Georgia like they did in 2020 for Biden-Harris, if black people in Milwaukee turn out in like they did in 2008, Vice President Kamala Harris will absolutely be the 47th president of the United States. And I need black people. I mean, look, Gary Chambers has been pleading with black people in Louisiana to come out and vote. If we simply vote our numbers, we have the numbers. If we vote our numbers, it's done. She wins hands down.
You know, this is extremely important, Roland. Now, also, I got to give a shout out to the AKAs here in Detroit, because I was with them Tuesday night, and they had a platform. They had a town hall meeting dealing with the impact of Project 2025 on African Americans. And it was also dealing with get out the vote, things of this nature, and understanding policy and how policy impacts every aspect of your life. OK, so everything you said is correct. But to really galvanize support from African Americans and get them to go out and vote and stand in these lines, we also have to talk about the policies of Vice President Kamala Harris and how they are going to help them, give them something to vote for as opposed to just voting against Donald Trump. OK, so her economic plan when it comes to building 3 million houses in the first 4 years, that is drastically going to help African Americans own homes, be able to pass on generational wealth. When you talk about a $50,000 tax credit for startup businesses. We've seen under the Biden-Harris administration the fastest growth in African-American-owned businesses in 30 years. What was happened is that there have been so many accomplishments from the Biden-Harris administration, but a lot of people a lot of African-Americans on the ground level don't know this, okay? And they're listening to these black social media disinformation agents saying she doesn't have any policies for us, all these types of things. Nothing's been accomplished under the Biden-Harris administration, and we know that's false. So when we connect policy that's actually taking place, $10 billion in SBA business given to African-American-owned business, triple what is normal. $17 billion for HBCUs since 2021 from the Biden-Harris administration to HBCUs, a record number of funding. Median household net worth of African-Americans increased by 60% under the Biden-Harris administration. When these are things that will drive people to the polls to vote for them because they're seeing a return on investment, and Vice President Kamala Harris's policies will be a continuation of the successes of the Biden-Harris administration, and she's going to attack price gouging, which disproportionately negatively impacts African Americans as well. So I agree with everything that you said, but it's important for us to hit on these policy messages to explain to people what they are voting for as opposed to just voting against Donald Trump.
Well, absolutely. And again, I just can't stress enough to folks what it means when we turn out in record numbers. Folks, it's math. It's very simple.
Yes.
Okay? The Republicans are trying to suppress our vote. They do not want black men voting for Vice President Kamala Harris. They are scared of the black female turnout. And you're right, Michael. It is about the policies, and it's undeniable. You cannot show me a black agenda from Donald Trump. I don't care. You can't show me. You cannot show me an agenda. And so folks need to understand what's going on here. Product 2025 is very real. The impact that it will have on African Americans is very real. We have been covering a number of these items, and so I just want to go ahead and do this here. First of all, folks, bring up the graphic. On Sunday, the Win with Black Men call, President Barack Obama is going to be on our call on Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern. You can register right now at winwithblackmen.org or use the QR code right there. You can actually use that. And so we want everyone to sign up. We want to pack that call out. It's going to be a fantastic call. And so we want to do that. And so please let us know. Now, the Harris campaign has released a new ad that targets Donald Trump for being a fascist. Let's go ahead and roll that ad so you can see what that new ad is.
Do you think he's a fascist?
He certainly falls into the general definition of a fascist. It's a far-right, authoritarian, ultranationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader. The former president, certainly an authoritarian, using the military to go after American citizens is a very, very bad thing. He admires people who are dictators. He commented more than once that Hitler did some good things, too.
If he was left to his own devices, would he be a dictator if he didn't have people around him?
Oh, I think you'd love to be.
When somebody's the president, the authority is total.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
So you have that ad. They also have dropped a new ad showing how unhinged Donald Trump is. Let's roll that one.
John Kelly, a 4-star Marine general, has told us, Trump said, "Why aren't my generals like those of Hitler's?" He admires dictators. In the height of COVID, when most Americans could not get their hands on a COVID test, he secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use. This election is presenting the American people with a very significant decision. I do believe that Donald Trump is unstable and unfit to serve.
So, folks, you see exactly what the Harris campaign, what their goal is in terms of how they're trying to target Donald Trump. They're really making two closing arguments. One, him being a fascist, him being unhinged, and the other, the fight to protect reproductive rights in this country. And so that's the two closing arguments you're going to hear from the campaign in these 11 days. This rally here in Houston, it is all about that. It is all about the issue of protecting reproductive rights. That's why they are here in Houston, Texas, making the argument. So it is, again, there's a lot of anticipation for this to begin. The pre-program, the first speakers were supposed to start at 6:30, but that obviously that has not happened. We're about 45 minutes behind. Not sure why we're behind, but it is what it is. And so the DJ came out earlier, and now they're still playing music. And so folks are just waiting. And so the section below us was empty. They're still letting people in. It's filling up as we speak. And so this is going to be a completely full stadium. You may very well have some 30,000 people who are going to be in this stadium once the night is over. I told you some 55,000, 60,000 people actually had signed up for to tickets to come here. Now, everyone keeps saying that Beyonce is going to be here. We don't know. We'll see. This is her hometown. Her mother, Tina Knowles, is definitely going to be here. So we'll see. Don't forget, Beyonce and Jay-Z in 2016 hosted a massive concert for Hillary Clinton in Philadelphia to close that campaign out. Our friends at Black Lives Matter, they've also dropped a new ad. And so we want to show you what their ad is.
Years ago, black unemployment was over 10%, and Trump told us to inject bleach. But when Biden and Harris got into office, they invested in America. They took on inflation and corporate price gouging. Now, last year, black unemployment dropped below 5%, and Kamala's not stopping there. As president, she'll continue to take on corporate greed and put cash back in your pockets.
Yeah, I'm going to go after them.
Kamala has a plan to make our lives better. Vote Kamala Harris for president.
All right, folks, that's that particular ad there. So here's the deal. We go into a break, and we'll be right back on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
A 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Wrongfully convicted.
5 teenagers were arrested, tried, convicted, and sent to prison.
No men were exonerated.
What he did to us, he tried to end us.
Of course I hate these people.
So-called the Central Park 5.
Calling for execution.
And let's all hate these people.
We cannot have this man go into office again.
And I want society to hate him.
We were innocent kids. The confessions were coerced.
Today, we are exonerated. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
This is about democracy being on the ballot.
I have absolutely no compassion.
Look at Kamala. She represents the kaleidoscope of the human family. There's something different happening in America. We will get the opportunity to build a future where we will be able to thrive and not just survive.
Jill Stein, Green Party candidate for president. So why are Trump's close allies helping her? Stein was key to Trump's 2016 wins in battleground states. She's not sorry she helped Trump win. That's why a vote for Stein is really a vote for Trump.
Jill Stein, I like her very much. You know why? She takes 100% from them.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I get it. The cost of rent, groceries, and utilities is too high. So here's what we're going to do about it. We will lower housing costs by building more homes and crack down on landlords who are charging too much. We will lower your food and grocery bills by going after price gougers who are keeping the cost of everyday goods too high. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message because you work hard for your paycheck. You should get to keep more of it. As president, I'll make that my top priority.
Hello, I'm Marissa Mitchell, a news anchor at Fox 5 DC.
Hey, what's up? It's Tammy Roman, and you are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
In Atlanta. All right. So, I love you too. So you all may know, it was 17 years ago. It was over 17 years ago when I took a trip to Springfield, Illinois. It was a cold February day. And I went there to support this brilliant young senator who was running for president of the United States. And millions of Americans were energized and inspired, not only by Barack Obama's message, but by how he leads, seeking to unite rather than separate us. And that is why in 2007, I went New Year's Eve to Iowa to knock on doors in the snow. And all these years later, Barack Obama, I say to you, your friendship and your faith in me and in our campaign means the world. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. We have some extraordinary leaders with us tonight, and I thank everybody who's here for taking time out of your busy lives to spend this evening together. I want to thank Georgia's congressional delegation, all the local and community leaders who are here with us. Let's please give it up for Samuel L. Jackson, Spike Lee, Tyler Perry, and the great American poet Bruce Springsteen. So Atlanta, before I was Vice President of the United States, before I was a United States Senator, and before that a two-term Attorney General for the state of California, and before that a district attorney and a courtroom prosecutor. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds: predators, fraudsters, and repeat offenders. I took them on and I won. Well, Georgia, in 12 days is Donald Trump's turn. It's his turn. Just 12 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. And I don't need to tell you, voting has already started. And everybody here knows it's going to be a tight race until the very end. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. But we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. Or as a certain former president would say, yes, we can. Yes, we will, and yes, we can. And here's why we're going to win. We are going to win because we together are fighting for the future. We are fighting for the future. We here understand we have an opportunity before us to turn the page on the fear and divisiveness that have characterized our politics for a decade because of Donald Trump. We have the opportunity to turn the page and chart a new way and a joyful way forward. A way that taps into the ambitions, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And I will tell you, as I travel our country, there is an overwhelming call for a fresh start, for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic and excited about what we can do together. There is a yearning for a president of the United States who will see you, who gets you, and who will fight for you. In my whole career, I have put the people before partisanship. I never once asked somebody, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Instead, I always asked, how can I help you? And that is a major difference between Donald Trump and me, and between the two very different, extremely different visions that he and I have for our nation. One, his focused on the past and himself. The other, ours, focused on the future and you. Together, we will build a future where we bring down the cost of living, and that will be my focus every single day as President of the United States. Because look, while inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter and still managed to file for bankruptcy 6 times, he talks about being a good businessman. Come on. Unlike like him, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood with a working mother who kept a strict budget and did everything she could to make sure my sister and I had all that we needed. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. I will never forget where I come from. Which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. On the other hand, Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year. These are independent economists, Nobel laureate, prize-winning economists who have reviewed our plans and are very clear. And his agenda is all laid out in Project 2025. A detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president. And look, Donald Trump intends to impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. On the other hand, I will take on price gouging, corporate price gouging. I've done it before, and I will do it again. Donald Trump will give massive tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations, exactly like he did the last time he was president. I will give middle-class tax cuts to 100 million Americans, including $6,000 during the first year of a child's life, that will also lift America's children out of poverty. Donald Trump will get rid of the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. He will cut Medicare and Social Security. In fact, economists have reported he will bankrupt Social Security in just 6 years. My plan is a plan to support our seniors so that they can grow older with dignity, and so their families, you are not overwhelmed by the cost of home health care. And on top of that, my plan will bring down the cost of housing, cut taxes for small businesses. Where are the small businesses in the house? You are the backbone of America's economy, all of you. And we will lower health care costs because I believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. Donald Trump, on the other hand, intends to end the Affordable Care Act, or like we like to call it, Obamacare. And he wants to take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. No. We're not going back. We're not going back. No, we are not. Because we will move forward, and it is time to turn the page. Is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. For freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we remember how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe versus Wade, and they did as he intended. And now, in America, 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. I don't need to tell the folks here, except for Virginia, in every state in the South, including Georgia, there is a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest. And let me tell you, the idea that someone who survives a crime of a violation to their body would be told they don't have the authority to make a decision about what happens to their body next, that is immoral. It is immoral. It is immoral. And everybody here knows one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government. If she chooses, she will talk with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government, not some folks up in a state capitol telling her what to do with her own body. And notice Donald Trump still refuses to even acknowledge the pain and the suffering he has caused. He insists that, quote, everybody wanted for Roe versus Wade to be overturned, which is just a further example of how out of touch the man is. Everybody wanted this. Women are being denied care during miscarriages. Some only being treated once they develop sepsis. They didn't want this. Couples just trying to grow their family have been cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. They didn't want this. Women have died because of these bans, including a young mother of a 6-year-old son right here in Georgia. Her family is here with us tonight, and we speak her name, Amber Nicole Thurman. And you all have heard me say, look, I do believe Donald Trump to be an unserious man. And the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious. These are just some of the consequences of the Trump abortion bans and what he does and what he's likely to do. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And across our nation,
we are back live here in Houston. And so DJ has stopped. There's a video playing. Guys, give me the feed from the live feed here. They just played their new way forward ad here on the monitor here. Give me the room. Give me the room. Take it off of me. Give me the room. So they just played that video there. And so we were thinking that the first speaker is going to come. It is 7:35. It's supposed to start at 6:30. And so if you see the stage is fully lit. And so we were thinking that someone's coming out. And looks like we are getting our first speaker.
incredible. I am so honored to be here. My name is Jessica Alba. And I stand before you today because the stakes in this election could not be higher. Our rights, our freedoms, and democracy are on the line. My father was in the Air Force. I don't know if you know this about me, but I spent much of my childhood in Del Rio, Texas. I still miss a lot that Tex-Mex food. We have not figured it out in LA yet, let me tell you. But it was here in Texas that I learned the importance of looking out for your neighbors, lending a hand without hesitation, and treating people the way you would want to be treated. It's this Texas spirit of compassion, generosity, and unity, along with my strong Mexican-American family values, that shaped who I am today. Vice President Harris has spent her entire career embodying these same values. We all know we need the hopeful path laid out by Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz. A vision that unites us, protects our freedoms, and creates a brighter future, a more inclusive future for all. As a mother, I'm excited by VP Harris's new way forward, focused on uplifting families and the middle class. They will expand the child tax credit to provide a $6,000 tax cut to families with newborn children. Because they believe that no child in America should live in poverty. As an entrepreneur, I am inspired that as part of her opportunity economy agenda, Kamala is fighting to help small businesses and entrepreneurs innovate and grow by expanding the startup expense tax deduction for new businesses from $5,000 to $50,000. This will help entrepreneurs get their ideas off the ground. Imagine the difference this could make for all of us. And as a woman, I know we need a leader like Kamala Harris who is dedicated to protecting reproductive freedom. Ensuring that decisions about your body are made by you. Right? Never by the government. Because Kamala Harris understands that protecting reproductive freedom isn't about politics. It's about our right to choose. And these are just a few of Kamala's policies and beliefs that will change so many lives for the better. Because going back is not an option. Kamala Harris doesn't just want Houston, Texas to survive. She wants y'all to thrive. Okay? So let's hear it, Houston. We are not going back. We are not going back. Woo! Not going back. Not going back. Woo! All right. With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, I'm counting on each and every one of you to spread the word and encourage everyone you know that is eligible to vote to get out there and vote. So Houston, let's do this. Please join me in electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
I know they say be strong in the Lord, but it's taking God's strength. This is the hardest thing ever in life, to see you in this light. You're looking at a mother that is broken.
How many more women will have to die? This is the result of what happens when you try to control a woman's body.
My daughter is gone because of what Donald Trump did. She would be here had they helped her. You denied my daughter.
When I looked in her eyes, she looked weak. She was in pain. She was hurting.
And she started saying, I want y'all to work together to take care of Messiah.
Kamala Harris will make sure not one more family goes through what we're going through now.
Amber Nicole Thurman.
My baby Amber.
My sister Amber had her
whole life
ahead of her. I believe that Kamala will stand for us all.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Please welcome Dr. Todd Ivey.
American girls, there's no mercy in a man's world. In a man's world.
Good evening, everyone. And I've been practicing OBGYN in Houston, Texas for over 25 years. I want to acknowledge my colleagues here with me tonight who courageously continue to fight in Texas for reproductive freedom. You know, we became doctors to take care of people. And when Donald Trump Supreme Court justices overturned Roe v. Wade and released extreme abortion bans across our country, I could not believe what was happening. I could not believe that basic, essential medical care would be criminalized. Patients. You know, we became doctors to take care of people. And when Donald Trump's Supreme Court justices overturned Roe v. Wade and unleashed the extreme abortion bans across our country, I could not believe what was happening. I could not believe that basic, essential medical care would be criminalized. Yet, here we are. And today in Texas, because of Donald Trump, I could be thrown in prison for life for providing reproductive health care. And as a result, many of my patients with tragic pregnancy complications have been forced to flee our state to get the health care that they need and that they deserve. In that moment of a devastating diagnosis, what I want to do, what I need to do, and what I'm trained to do is to provide counseling and care for patients according to their wishes and their needs. But these laws are designed to handcuff me, literally. As a physician, I cannot describe the anguish of not being able to help my patients and the fear of spending the rest of my life behind bars. Each physician here with me tonight has multiple agonizing stories to tell, and some of them involve their own pregnancies. We all know how devastating Trump's abortion bans are for patients' health and lives. Data have shown that since our state enacted these abortion bans, maternal mortality has worsened. To put it bluntly, women are unnecessarily becoming ill and dying. Nationwide, I think someone needs some medical assistance over here. Are they getting someone? Okay, great. So nationwide, medical assistants? They're good. So nationwide, nearly 7 in 10 OBGYNs say that abortion bans have worsened their ability to manage pregnancy-related emergencies. And here in Texas, 3 in 4 OBGYNs have said they simply can no longer practice evidence-based medicine. This is a healthcare crisis. Tens of thousands of Texas women traveled out of state for abortion care last year, leaving their jobs, leaving their homes, and leaving their families just to get medical care. This is unacceptable. And this is cruel. I was shocked when Roe was overturned, but I've never been more shocked to hear Donald Trump continue to brag about it and to call these extreme abortion bans, like the one in our state, something, quote, beautiful to watch. As a physician on the front lines in Texas, I'll tell you, what's happening here is not beautiful. It's devastating, and we must stop it. So let me be clear about one thing. There is no place for Donald Trump in my exam room. And that's why I am proud to be supporting Vice President Harris. One year ago, I was honored to sit beside her for a conversation on the cruelty of these Trump abortion bans. She hasn't stopped fighting for reproductive freedom for a moment since. And I know that as president, she will continue to fight to restore reproductive health care access for women in all 50 states. So this November, health care is on the ballot in all 50 states. We need to vote like our lives depend on it. Because they do. And because our patients' lives depend on it too. Thank you. Go vote.
So, folks, I hope you get a sense of what you're seeing here. So you've had about 20 doctors who were on stage there, OBGYN, talking about the importance of reproductive rights and how doctors will be making the decision. Now, what's playing right now is one of the reproductive ads. And so that's really what this whole focus is. We're here in Texas because Texas is ground zero for the battle over reproductive rights, the Texas abortion ban, and there's been a dramatic increase in the number of children who have died in Texas since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And so this whole rally is really about making this the centerpiece. So this is one of the two closing arguments being made by the Harris campaign. And so that's why you're seeing that. So let's go back to the main stage for the next speaker.
Girls and women all over the country have lost the right to choose, even for rape or incest. Donald Trump did this. He took away our freedom.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, and first of all, I want to thank you, Texas, for this amazing welcome. I know it's not for me, but it's still amazing. Thank you so much. So tonight, really quickly, I'm just here to tell you a little bit about my story. In October of 2021, 2 weeks after my husband left for deployment, I actually found out I was 4 weeks pregnant. But very quickly, we figured out that there was something wrong. And after 3 weeks of medical tests, blood tests, ultrasounds, and everything in between, my doctor told me that I had an ectopic pregnancy at 7 weeks. My ectopic pregnancy was in my left fallopian tube, and if left untreated, it could burst and lead me to need emergency surgery. But luckily, I was able to go into the hospital the next day and get a methotrexate shot and begin to heal. However, few months later, 6 or 7 months later, the Supreme Court that was hand-picked by Donald Trump overruled Roe v. Wade. to a safe and quick abortion was what saved my life and preserved my fertility, and now those very same protections were gone. It unleashed cruel abortion bans across the country, and we began to read about women in Texas, in Alabama, in other states with ectopic pregnancies just like mine that were denied emergency abortion care. And that is unacceptable. Now, that was 3 years ago, almost to the day actually. And my husband and I are on our second round of IVF. And if anybody in the crowd has ever gone through IVF, you know just how bloated and how tired I am right now. But I am still here today, no matter how tired, no matter how sore, because we need to fight for the rights of women everywhere to make decisions over their bodies. Earlier this year, my husband and I watched in horror as the Alabama Supreme Court made a decision that put IVF in danger in the state. My heart goes out to those families because I know what they're going through. And now, I am going through it myself, especially because Donald Trump's GOP policies and reluctance to protect IVF is going to put it at risk for families in 50 states. And that is not something that we will allow to happen. But Texas, tonight we can turn the page and we can continue to make our voices heard. Vice President Harris is a fighter, and she will work tirelessly to protect our families and our futures. So for the next 11 days, it is our turn to show up for her. Knock on doors, speak to every family member out there, have the awkward conversations, and leave it all in the field because our lives and our futures depend on it. I trust women to make decisions over their own bodies, and I trust Texas women to tell men like Ted Cruz, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump that they are done. Their turn is over. This November, we will all come together and make our voices heard and elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States. Thank you and good night.
Working 5 to 9 and 9 to 5. Then it's your dreams to want to shatter. You just a step on the boss man ladder. You got dreams you never take away.
Never take away.
You're under the table with the love you will friends. Wait for the day your ship will come in. I'm gonna turn this over and roll your way. Working 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Living barely getting by. So tired, no giving. They just use your mind.
Across the shifting sand and room for everyone, living in the promised land. So they came from the distant isle, nameless one, faithless child.
Democrat, a legend in this state, a legend in this country, and he's 91 years old. Willie Nelson is 91 years old. And so he is coming to the stage right now and is going to perform. And so this crowd is ready to erupt for the great Willie Nelson.
Texas voter Willie Nelson. No shoes to wear, no place to call our home, only this cross to bear. We are the multitude, lend us a helping hand. Is there no love anymore? Living in the promised land.
Hey, how y'all doing? We ready to say, Madam President? Mama, don't let them babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars, drive them old trucks. Make them be doctors, lawyers. Mama, grow up to be cowboys. They'll never stay home, they're always alone. Even with someone they love. Cowboys ain't easy to love, and they're harder to hold. They'd rather give you a song than diamonds and gold. Lone Star belt buckles, old faded Levi's, and each night begins a new day. And if you don't understand him and he don't die young, he'll probably just ride away. Mama, don't let your babies to be cowboy. Don't let them pick guitars, drive them old trucks. Make them be doctors and lawyers and stuff. Mama! They'll never stay home, they're always alone, even with someone they love. Cowboys like smoky old pool room and clear mountain mornings. Little warm puppies, the children and girls of the night. Them that don't know him won't like him, and them that do sometimes won't know how to take him. He ain't wrong, he's just different. His pride won't let him do things to make you think he's right. Mama! Don't let them pick guitars, drive them old trucks. Make them be doctors, lawyers, and stuff. Even with someone they love. Thank y'all very much. On the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. The life I love is making music with my friends. I can't wait to get on the road again. On the road again, going places that I've never been, seeing things that I may never see again. I can't wait to get on the road again, everybody say. On the road again, like a band of gypsies, we go down the highway. We're the best of friends, insisting that the world keep turning our way, our way. To get on the road again. The life I love is making music with my friends. I can't wait to get on the road again. Big finish. I can't wait to get on the road again. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Folks, 91, guys, stay on them. Don't come back to me. Stay on them. Stay on their feed. 91-year-old Willie Nelson entertaining the crowd here in Houston, an absolute Texas legend, and I'm quite sure he is supportive of the marijuana build us in Florida. Anybody knows Willie Nelson? He is one of America's greatest pot smokers. One of America's greatest pot smokers, and I'm sure he supports the legalization or decriminalization of marijuana. That's a part of the platform of Vice President Kamala Harris. And so already actress Jessica Alba, she has spoken tonight. Willie Nelson there, and of course we are waiting for Houston's own Beyonce to take the stage in support of Vice President Kamala Harris. And so that's what we're waiting on right now. You see there's a reset happening on the stage for the next speaker. You can see how this crowd is filling in. We're going to sit here and we want to give you a sense again of what has been going on. It has been an unbelievable day. It is 10 days until Election Day. And folks, people were literally in line this morning at 10 a.m. People were in line at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., okay, waiting to get in here. And, of course, as it progressed, lines were wrapped all around the stadium, snaking lines. It was hot. Folks were sitting trying to cover their faces. There was hydration. And so all that was going on. And so it's been an unbelievable day. Luckily now, sun has gone down. It's a great breeze in this stadium. And so that's a good thing. And so, of course, the Texas heat is no joke. Although this is October 25th, it is 78 degrees right now in Houston, and humidity is at 77%. And so that's one of the reasons why it feels warm. But again, it feels great, and folks are here. Luckily, with this 17-mile-an-hour breeze, it feels a lot cooler. And so, again, it's just great to be here to see this crowd. There have been massive crowds in support of Vice President Kamala Harris all across this country. Glendale, Arizona, Las Vegas, Atlanta. She's been in Michigan, Wisconsin. Tremendous excitement. And the Trump folks love to tout their crowds. But I can tell you, they cannot match the consistency of the crowds that have been turning out for Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They have been holding rallies all across the country and will continue to do so. And so we have, of course, here at the Black Star Network, we have been sitting here, of course, streaming many of these and showing you what's been going on. Last night in Atlanta was absolutely stunning with Sam Jackson, Spike Lee, Tyler Perry, and so many others speaking on behalf of Vice President Kamala Harris. Control room, let me know if y'all have if any of those speeches ready. What you see right now is a live feed coming from the Harris camp. We're taking their feed right now of the crowd here in Houston. And so I think we're about to have our next speaker hit the stage. There's still a reset happening on the stage right now. So not sure who they are lining up for, but I can tell you it is a jam-packed down here on this main floor, on this where you see right there, what we see right now. Of course, the crowd has been steady filling in. You got now, folks. You got folks now doing the wave. Now you got folks doing the wave. Actually, let's go to our shot here. Let's go to our shot of folks doing the wave. So we got folks sitting here doing the wave all across the stadium right here. So let's switch to that shot right now. Guys, control room, let's switch to that shot. Let's go. Thank you. And so you can see that. And so folks are buying their time. Also, to tell you what happened, so they really getting all into it. One of the things that happened was that they did not have the feed on the monitors here. So in the stadium, there are 4 large screens. And so they had this reproductive freedom graphic up. And then the crowd start chanting, turn on the screens, turn on the screens. And so they finally turned it on so folk could actually see what was going on in the room. And so that was pretty interesting. It was a little hard to see the stage if you're sitting way back far from the stage, you can't see exactly what's going on here. We do not have a listing of the program. I know Congressman Colin Allred is supposed to speak. Not sure who else is going to speak. Not sure if there are any local officials who are going to speak as well. And so that's what we were waiting to actually see what happens. So the crowd is like, what the hell? We're going to entertain ourselves until the next speaker actually comes out. Well, y'all just heard that. So okay. I don't know what the announcer was thinking about naming these other HBCUs and not starting with Texas Southern Prairie View. All right, let's go live to the room.
First of all, I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no, as a principle?
The answer is that there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
What do you think when you see that?
Like, I honestly feel sick to my stomach right now. Well, of course I blame Trump for what happened to me. He's bragging about doing it. He's bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade, which nearly killed me.
He doesn't care or know what's actually happening to normal people.
And it's hard to ignore that he thinks I should be punished for receiving health care, yet he shouldn't be held responsible for his own actions. That's terrifying to think that he might be president again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Run fast for your mother, run fast for your father, run for your children, for your sisters and brothers. Leave all your love and your lonely behind. You can't carry it with you if you want to survive. The dark days are over, the dark days are done.
Hi, Houston.
My name is Amanda Zarowski.
And I'm Josh Zarowski.
We live in Austin.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Austin. Amanda and I met in preschool. We're from the same small town. We had a moment in high school, and then we reconnected as adults. Ever since, we've been partners in crime. We decided we wanted to start our family, and so after 18 months of grueling fertility treatments, in the spring of 2022, we were thrilled to find out that she was pregnant with our first baby, a girl. We were over the moon.
My first trimester was smooth sailing, but suddenly at 18 weeks, I suffered complications. We were with 100% certainty going to lose our baby girl. We were devastated. What I needed at that point was an abortion so that I could safely and with dignity deliver our daughter and begin the healing process.
But this was Post Row, Texas. The near total abortion ban had gone into effect just 2 days after Amanda's water broke. Ending the pregnancy would have been a legal abortion under the Texas ban. Our doctor risked losing her license and even faced jail time.
So I was told to wait to seek care until I got so sick that my life was considered in danger. Only then would my case fall under one of the rare exceptions where a doctor can intervene in our state of Texas.
For 3 long days, we begged for someone to help. But the help never came due to Texas's oppressive, inhumane abortion laws. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking and disoriented. We rushed to the emergency room, and by this time, Amanda had developed an infection which had become septic.
I was finally close enough to death to deserve health care in Texas. After stabilizing my vitals enough to deliver our baby, Willow, I crashed again with another bout of sepsis, and I was transferred to the ICU. Our family flew in from across the country for fear that I wouldn't make it through the night. It was in that dark and lonely hospital room that I realized I was actually lucky. I lived. Others have not.
It is unthinkable to me that anyone could cheer on the cruel abortion bans that nearly took Amanda's life. But that's exactly what Donald Trump and Ted Cruz have done. That's right. That is right. And adding to this cruelty, Trump has said that there should be some sort of punishment for women who have an abortion. Women just like Amanda.
What's just as scary is that Donald Trump's allies have detailed plans on how Trump would ban abortion in all 50 states without the help of Congress. That means that what Josh and I went through could be the reality facing Americans and families in this country if he gets back into power.
I want to tell every last voter, including each and every man out there, that this is our fight too. The decision about, that's right. And the decision about if and when to start a family should be ours to make, not Donald Trump's, not Ted Cruz's. That's why we need to elect Vice President Harris, Representative Colin Allred, and Democrats up and down the ballot to restore our reproductive freedom.
There's been so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally
Hey, Houston, how you doing? Hey, let's give it up for Amanda and Josh.
You know, it shouldn't be lost on us that they were just up here telling their own personal story of what they've gone through here in this state. And I want to thank Vice President Harris for coming to Texas and for shining a light on what's happening to Texas families and Texas women. Thank you, Amanda and Josh. Listen, I'm Congressman Colin Allred, and with y'all's help, and God's grace, we're going to beat Ted Cruz. That's right. You know, that's right. You hear that, Ted? You hear that? Let's go, Texas. All right. Now, y'all know, I believe in a very different Texas than Ted Cruz does. 'Cause I was raised by a single mother who's a public school teacher, and we don't pay our teachers enough. We don't pay them enough. And so I relied on my community, on my teachers and my coaches, folks who went above and beyond for me. They poured themselves into me. Because of them, I became captain of the football team at Baylor, was a linebacker in the NFL, became a civil rights lawyer, and have served us in Congress for the last 6 years. And you know what? My time in Congress, I've been the exact opposite of Ted Cruz. Because I never forgot where I came from. I never forgot the folks who gave me a chance. I've been the most bipartisan Texan in Congress because that's how you get things done. That's what we elect people to do. Because I know there are heroes out here right now who dropped their kids off at school, who went to work maybe for 1 or 2 jobs like my mom used to do. And I know you're hoping that your elected officials are working as hard as you are. But Ted Cruz has been all about himself for too long. Too long. 12 years is long enough. And I don't know if y'all saw the debate the other night. Yeah. There's one thing I know for sure after that debate. It's that everything is bigger in Texas, but Ted Cruz is too small for Texas. He's too small. He's too small for Texas. You know what small people do? Is when you lose an election, you think, you know what, I'm gonna try and overturn that election. I know many of y'all probably know where you were on January 6th. I know where I was. I was on the House floor doing my job. I remember when they locked all the doors. We barred the doors, the president walks through to deliver the State of the Union with furniture that we usually use to hold paper. I texted my wife, Allie, who was 7 months pregnant with our son, Cameron. Whatever happens, I love you. Because when you're the only former NFL linebacker in the room, and there's a mob at the door, everybody's like, what you gonna do, Colin? And I went to public school in Texas, I'm not just gonna sit there. So I took off my suit jacket, and I was prepared to defend the House floor from that mob. That's what happened. At the same time, after he'd gone around the country lying about the election, after he'd been the objector to the results in Arizona, Ted Cruz was hiding in a supply closet. That's okay. That's okay. I don't want him to get hurt by the mob. The point is, there shouldn't have been a mob. There shouldn't have been one. And if you summon one, and then you run for United States Senate, you gotta lose your job. That's what you gotta do. And he's too small for Texas, because when 30 million Texans were relying on him, when the lights went out, he decided to go to Cancun. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? If your neighbor needed help in a crisis, you would go check on them. Can you imagine having the privilege and the responsibility of representing our great state, and a crisis hits our state, and you think, I need to go check out the Ritz-Carlton in Cancun? You wouldn't do it. I'll tell you what, if you did, and you ran for office again, you got to lose your job. That's what's got to happen. And you know what? If you are singularly responsible for taking away a fundamental freedom from Texas women because you think you know better than Texas women and their families and their doctors, and you put in place this abortion ban, and you celebrate this abortion ban, you introduce at the national level 5 times a nationwide abortion ban, then you have to lose your job. Texas families. You know, Allie and I have been blessed with 2 healthy babies in Dallas in the last 5 years. I can't imagine if at one of our appointments, the doctor would come in and says, a problem with the baby or with my wife, but there's nothing I can do because Ted Cruz thinks he knows better. That's not who we are. There's one thing I know about us as Texans, and I'm a 4th generation Texan. It's that we believe in freedom, and this is not it. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, Texas. In 10 days, we're gonna beat Ted Cruz. In 10 days. And when we do, we're gonna make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again. No more of this. That's right. Beat Ted Cruz. For all the families who are looking for a senator who's looking out for them, I will never abandon you when you need me most. I will protect your fundamental rights. I will bring us together around our shared values. I'll remind us that we have more in common than what divides us. We might have come here on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. We're all Texans. We're all Americans. We have to have a leader who understands that. And so here's what we gotta do, Texas. We got 10 days to knock on doors, make phone calls. We gotta make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We gotta make sure we send Ted Cruz packing. And when we do, it won't be a win for me or for a party. It'll be a win for our state. Are y'all ready? You fired up? You ready to go? All right, let's do it, Texas. God bless you. And may God bless the great state of Texas.
That is Texas Congressman Colin Allred out of Dallas, who is running against Ted Cruz for the United States Senate in a very hotly contested race. It is a 1 to 2 point race. And again, like everything, it's about turnout. We were here in Harris County. Massive black population here. Texas has the largest number of eligible black voters in any state in the country. So Allred is going to need that black turnout to be huge. And so, again, you heard me talking earlier, Michael Imhotep, about this very issue, how if black people vote our numbers, we win. I was just seeing a post from Gary Chambers that showed so far less than 200,000 African Americans in Louisiana have voted early, and it's some 800 or 900,000 African Americans in the state. Folks, that's an abysmal number, and that's one of the reasons why Jeff Landry was able to win. Yeah, matter of fact, it's even worse. Michael, 142,000 African Americans out of 942,000 black voters in Louisiana have voted early. That's not even 20%. And again, it's very simple. You can't complain about public policy. You can't complain about what's not being done if you don't vote.
You know, Roland, hopefully this weekend there will be a massive number of African Americans in Louisiana early voting. They probably have higher numbers on the weekend who early vote than maybe during the week. We have 10 days to get the message out, get the word out. But one, understand what is at stake. And a lot of times I hear people listen to these black social media disinformation agents. I talked to one of these people this week when I was with the Reva Martin here in Detroit when she was doing her town hall. And they'll talk about Democrats haven't done this, they haven't accomplished this, things like this. Okay, one, that's false. Okay, and we've dealt with that here on this show, the fact sheet from the White House that deals with how their policies are helping African Americans. Two, people also don't do a systems analysis and look at what the threat is. They don't talk about what Republicans are doing, what they're planning. Project 2025 is what it's going to do is federalize a lot of the policies that have been passed at the state level in a lot of red states. And it's going to target African Americans and Latinos, target the civil rights divisions, and, like, for instance, the Justice Department, target DEI, the book bans, things of this nature. And one of the things they want to do is close the Department of Justice. Close the Department of Education, created in 1979 by President Jimmy Carter. So there has to be continue the communication, the messaging of how these policies from the Biden-Harris administration will help you, how her initiatives for African-American men to create economic agenda for African-American men and opportunity will help you, providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to black entrepreneurs and others to start businesses, loans of $20,000, championing education, training, and mentorship programs that help black men. They have an initiative for a national health equity initiative focused on black men. This is huge because we're disproportionately impacted by heart disease, high blood pressure, et cetera. So when you have a focus on this, as well as legalizing recreational marijuana, not to promote you smoking marijuana, but when you legalize recreational marijuana, what you do is you change laws at the federal level when it comes to marijuana businesses, dispensaries, because the dispensaries right now, even though at the state level it's legal, at the federal level it's still a Schedule I drug, which means your dispensary can't open up a bank account. You can't deposit those funds in a bank. Okay, because that's regulated by the federal government. Okay, that's federal regulations. So this is game changing. So hopefully those, and Gary Chambers is doing excellent work. I saw the debate he did with Representative Byron Donalds out of Florida. He smoked Byron Donalds. Okay, everybody needs to check that out. He smoked Byron Donalds. So hopefully they'll get this message and come out in big numbers for early voting. The November 5th is the last day to vote. You can vote early in many states.
Well, again, and the rally, as Gary points out, in fact, control room, do me a favor. Y'all reach out to Gary Chambers, see if y'all can get him on Skype or FaceTime. And Louisiana purposely got rid of Sunday early voting because they did not like soul to the polls. And so that's the other thing people got to understand. What the Republicans are doing when it comes to stopping folks from being able to vote. And so what I keep saying to Gen Z and millennials, use your power. Use your power. Actually go to the polls. And so that's what needs to happen all across this country. And I'm telling you, when we show up, we win. When we show up, we win. And so that's what actually needs to happen. And so what we're doing is right now is we're waiting for the next speaker. We're waiting for the next speaker to actually come out. Waiting for the next speaker to come out. So as you can see, of course, the crowd is fired up. They're out here dancing and grooving. And so Congressman Colin Allred just finished. And so we're waiting for the next round of speakers. It's been Congressman Colin Allred. It's been Willie Nelson. It's been Jessica Alba. It's been one couple impacted by the Dobbs decision. It's been, of course, another couple as well. And so you are seeing a massive number of people here. They have stopped letting people in. It was around 7 p.m. when Secret Service shut it down. Doors did not open until 4 o'clock, and then folks didn't begin to come in. And so you see what's happening now. And so it is a big-time party here. They have been jamming, they've been dancing, they've been strolling. We see right there the shot there. Congressman Al Green is down front in that crowd as well. I wish we could be down there and do a quick interview with him, but we're actually here on the 4th level overlooking this where we all set up here. And so it is just, again, absolutely fantastic what's going on here. And so it looks like they're prepping the podium for another speaker. And so waiting to see exactly who that is going to be. And so I can tell you right now, when Beyonce comes out here, this audience is going to absolutely lose their minds. And so you have seen a lot of the entertainers coming out. Bruce Springsteen yesterday was in Atlanta with the Vice President. Today, James Taylor was with Tim Walz at one of the rallies as well. And so I just saw an email. A couple of Tejano singers are going to be with the Vice President when she goes to Phoenix, performing as well. And so you are seeing it's 10 days left until Election Day, and you're seeing the energy that is happening all across this country. As Michael said, early voting is taking place in many places right now. Let me also remind you, Pennsylvania, if you're in Pennsylvania, many of you, a lot of you are Democrats, you ask for your mail ballot. Return your mail ballot. Return that mail ballot. The goal of the Harris campaign is to have about a 400,000 vote lead before Election Day on November 5th. And so, please, they're trying to get people to return those ballots. If you are in Michigan, early voting is happening. Detroit, y'all need to be showing up and showing out in Detroit. I'm telling y'all, same thing in Grand Rapids, in Flint, in Lansing. Y'all need to be showing up and showing out when it comes to early voting. North Carolina, same thing. We were there in the Black Belt, East North Carolina. We need our folks showing up and showing out and casting their ballots for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I'm telling you, so much is at stake. So much is at stake in this election. So much is at stake in this election. And so what we have to do is understand that our vote does indeed matter. And so it's one thing to be here for a party. It's one thing to be here. I see right there on the feed, State Representative Jelanda Jones down front. I'm seeing a lot of people. I saw State Representative Ron Winter, so of course he heads the Legislative Black Caucus. These things are happening, but we can't stress enough. And let me tell you something. I'm tired of people texting me and calling me, talking about they're nervous. I'm tired of people saying, oh my God, I have anxiety. Look, y'all, stop it. Stop looking at every single one of these polls every single day. You know what you should be doing? Getting to work. You should be calling people. You should be texting people. You should be putting items on social media. You should be going to Kamala Harris' Twitter feed, her Instagram feed, and copying that content and putting it on your social feed and pushing this policy stuff out. That's what you should be doing, okay? You don't have time to have anxiety. You don't have time to be nervous. And so what you should be doing is really getting the work done. Okay, I'm not nervous. I'm not sitting here freaking all out. I absolutely believe that Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are going to win this election. But the only way they win this election is people actually turn out, if they actually vote. And so you can't just sit here, oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen. What do you think? What do you think? I literally told people, stop texting me and get your ass to work. I literally told him that. Because at the end of the day, that's what this requires. It requires people to actually focus. That's what it requires. If you're in Michigan, and you're in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, and Arizona, and Nevada, and Wisconsin, you know what you should be doing? Figuring out how many people you're going to drive to the polls. You should be doing. If you're churches, you should be doing the exact same thing. You should be right now figuring out, setting up your routes and times and getting people to the polls. That's what you should be showing. You should be canvassing. Listen to me. You don't need permission to canvass. You could literally go in your own neighborhood and knock on your neighbor's doors and say, hey, are you registered? Are you voting? And they say, well, I'm not sure. Talk to them. Explain to them why they must actually do that. Everybody can do that. You don't need the campaign to tell you. You don't need any of that. You can be the person who actually does it. And so that's what I really, really hope that folks do, to take advantage of them going out. We're traveling around this country, talking to people. We were in Jacksonville yesterday, talking to young voters and how they were talking to fellow students. We were at Elizabeth City State University, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. We were in Fayetteville State University in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We were at Lincoln University in Lincoln, Pennsylvania. We were talking to brothers in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, all of those places. And then what's happening on Sunday? The Vice President, she's traveling to Philadelphia. And she's going to be traveling there and talking to brothers and talking to sisters and trying to encourage them to vote. So y'all, this is on us. This is on us. We cannot control what anybody else does. Let me say it again. We cannot control what anybody else does. We cannot control what white men are going to do, what white women are going to do, what Latino are going to do, what Latinos are going to do, what Asian men, Asian American women. We can't control any of that. All we can control is what we can do. And that, to me, is most important. And so every single person here should actually be doing that. But let's do this here. Let's go to a break. We're going to come back live here to Houston, Texas for the Kamala Harris Rally. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
That is a damning non-answer. America, I think you've got a really clear choice of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Winners never back down from a challenge. Champions know it's anytime, any place. But losers, they whine and waffle and take their ball home.
Trump now refusing to debate a second time.
He did terribly in the last debate. He's so easily triggered by Kamala Harris.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. If you've got something to say it to my face.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Daddy, which mommy's come home?
How am I supposed to tell him?
Disastrous. That's what independent news sources and conservatives are saying about Project 2025. It would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs, give massive tax breaks to big oil, and roll back protections. A dream for them, a disaster for you.
He told us who he was.
Should abortion be punished?
There has to be some form of punishment.
Then he showed us.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Now Donald Trump wants to go further with plans to restrict birth control, ban abortion nationwide, even monitor women's pregnancies. We know who Donald Trump is. He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kim Coles.
Hey, I'm Donnie Simpson.
Yo, it's your man Deion Cole from Blackish, and you watch
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, folks, welcome back to Houston, where we are awaiting the next speakers here for the rally, Vice President Kamala Harris. The schedule, they're way behind. Initially, she was supposed to be speaking by 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Well, it is 8:49 Central, and she still has not come out. So not sure what the holdup is. The program actually started about an hour late. The pre-program was supposed to start at 6:30 p.m. Central. Do not start until 7:35 Central. And so that's what we're waiting on. And so the DJ here has got the crowd focused and locked in. You have not seen folks leaving. They have been hype, energetic. Like I said, people have been coming here since 10 a.m. Since 10 a.m. They were actually here before that. But we actually arrived here. Me and my team flew in. Deshaun, our driver, he drove from Jacksonville. We had got here to the stadium. 10:15. People were already sitting outside of the stadium. They were already sitting outside of the stadium. And so that's what's going on. So they were already doing that. So it has been electric. It has been amazing this entire day. It was extremely warm. It was in the high 80s. But right now, folks, it's about 77 degrees. The breeze is blowing. And so this place is just waiting to erupt. What you have going on right now, you have two trains of thoughts happening from the Harris campaign. There are two closing arguments they want to make in the final 10 days. First, they want to make the argument that democracy is at stake. And Donald Trump is a threat to the future of America. That his fascist tendencies does not bode well for the United States. The second thing is making the argument for the battle for reproductive rights. This has been that Roe v. Wade, that decision was huge when it came to the 2022 midterm elections. And so what you're now seeing is how voters are turning out. You're seeing what is going on. You're seeing that people were predicting a red wave in 2022. The reality is that did not happen. And so what the vice president is trying to do is turn out massive numbers of women. Donald Trump got 53% of the white female vote in 2000, 52% in 2016, and 53% in 2020. The goal is to cut into those numbers. And so that's exactly what the aim is. And so that's why you're seeing so much focus. Let me also be clear, and I'm going to bring Michael Imhotep in here. Black men, the number one issue even with black men, it's not just been the economy, it's also been protecting reproductive rights. When they had the ballot initiative, in Ohio, black men voted at a higher rate for the ballot initiative in Ohio than black women. And so folks, Michael, should not be confused as to where black men stand on the importance of reproductive rights.
Yeah, I agree with that, Roland. When we talk about women's reproductive rights, it doesn't just affect women. It affects families. It affects the husband, fiance, boyfriend, the father, the uncle, grandfather. It affects the entire family. And we have to look at it like this. NBC News, they just released in the past few days, they released their poll looking at the top issues, okay, that likely voters are saying are their top issues. And 22% said abortion was the top issue. And then you had 16% that said cost of living, right? But also what people have to understand is abortion, what I call women's reproductive rights, and cost of living are connected, but that's also connected to health care and expanding the Affordable Health Care Act. Now, you have 45 million people who have health care through the Affordable Health Care Act, and Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Affordable Health Care Act, and that's one of the things that Project 2025 wants to do, and they have no viable plan to replace it with. You're going to kick 45 million people off of health care. You're dealing with people who are 26 years old being able to stay on their parents' health care till 26. Also, you're dealing with not being excluded because of pre-existing conditions. All of that is because of the Affordable Health Care Act. So we're talking about policies that actually deal with life and death. Okay, that's how real this is. And you have Republicans who want to repeal the Affordable Health Care Act. And one of the biggest lies that J.D. Vance told and kept a straight face at the debate with Tim Walz is that somehow Donald Trump was the savior for the Affordable Health Care Act when he was president, when Republicans tried 60 times to repeal the Affordable Health Care Act. And it was the late Senator John McCain who saved it, and Donald Trump continues to ridicule him to this day for saving the Affordable Health Care Act. Okay, so we have to understand the connection between policy and consequences and conditions. This is the most consequential election since 1876, which brought about the end to Reconstruction, which led into the Jim Crow era. So this is why understanding policy is so important.
All right, folks, we're going to do this here. So at the Democrat National Convention, Reggie Hutton, a longtime friend of Vice President Kamala Harris, produced this 7-minute film on her. And so we're going to go ahead and run that. We're waiting for the next speaker. So if the speaker comes out, we'll cut it short. But let's show you, in case you missed it, the short film on the life of Vice President Kamala Harris, directed by Reggie Hutton.
She's a fighter for the American people, committed to our values, our hopes, our dreams, bringing joy back across our nation.
It's about damn time. Turn up the music. Turn down the lights.
Where did this strength and passion come from in this daughter of middle-class Oakland? But it started with her parents, her mother, a South Asian scientist, and her father, a black economist. They took her to civil rights marches and inspired her to pursue her dreams. After her parents divorced, she and her sister were raised by her mother with the help of friends and neighbors, attending Sunday school at the 23rd Avenue Church.
We grew up in this wonderful, loving, supportive environment.
My mother was very well aware that she was raising two black girls to be two black women.
Her mother saved up for 10 years to buy their first home and shared with Kamala the words and wisdom that remain her North Star to this day.
Be a fighter for things that matter, and don't be limited by what has always been.
And then came a moment that changed Kamala Harris's destiny, the spark that lit the fire within.
When I was in high school, I had a best friend who I learned was being molested by her father.
This particular day, she was like, hey, you really, really are not yourself. There's something going on.
I said to her as soon as she told me, well, you have to come stay with us.
As you get older, you really, really reflect on how pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point in my life.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor was to protect people like her.
And on her first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk and said, Kamala Harris for the people. As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the highest conviction rate for serious and violent crime in 15 years, and created Back on Track, a program for first-time low-level drug offenders that became a national model.
About, yeah, you did commit a crime, accept it, own up to it, and then let's talk about what we can do to change the circumstances going forward.
Lowering recidivism rates for nonviolent offenders from 54% to 10%, giving people the training they needed to find a job after their sentence.
I remember being so struck by having a district attorney who cared both about justice, about safety and accountability, but figuring out how to stop that crime from happening again.
As California's Attorney General, she targeted transnational gangs and drug cartels, seized 10,000 kilos of cocaine and 12,000 pounds of methamphetamine, went after drug traffickers, and took 12,000 illegal guns off the streets.
The new foreclosure crisis threatens to freeze up.
She took on the nation's 5 largest mortgage banks that were stealing from homeowners.
Prosecutors claim they've duped desperate homeowners into paying thousands of dollars to get them out of foreclosure.
She played hardball and delivered a landmark $20 billion settlement.
This represents one of the largest dollar amounts to come to California.
And in 2016, the people of California sent her to represent them in Washington, D.C. In the Senate, she earned a reputation for taking on the tough fights on the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees.
Kamala hit the ground running. She came in with confidence. She was always respectful, but she would not let a witness off easily.
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
And if an argument didn't hold water, she could spot that flaw and get at it.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
And when Joe Biden went looking for his vice president,
I wanted someone who was strong and who was ready to be president on day one.
As vice president, she worked to cap insulin costs for seniors at $35, to replace lead pipes and provide clean water for communities, and she helped create 16 million jobs.
The Biden-Harris bipartisan infrastructure bill has already created thousands of jobs for our members. That is what the future looks like under a President Kamala Harris.
She fought to reduce the trauma of gun violence that has devastated our nation.
How many of you guys, as college students, had to have a drill during high school or middle school or elementary school where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of your school? Look at that. Look at that.
And she did more than talk the talk. She walked the walk, helping pass the first bipartisan legislation.
Thank you. Before I can even start, on behalf of myself, my husband, and my family, I have to thank you all for the embracing support that you have given me. Good evening. My name is Andrea, and I live in San Antonio, Texas. In the fall of 2022, after many prayers, my husband and I found out that we were expecting. Everything changed when my water broke one evening, far too early into my pregnancy. After going to the ER and my OBGYN and learning that my pregnancy was not viable, I was given no options, despite being at high risk for infection. Because of Texas extreme laws, I was told I had to wait, which I did in the hospital for days. My baby girl, Emery Jade, was born 5 days after my water broke. She lived only for a few minutes, but I hold my baby close to my heart as my husband, mother, and I sing her to sleep. And when Emery's heart stopped, we continued to embrace her and held her for hours as she lay lifeless. It was immediately after Emery was born and the hospital discharged me that I felt severe pain. Eventually, I found myself in the ER, fearing for my life, where my reality soon changed. I was diagnosed with sepsis and sent into a 6-hour emergency surgery. I endured a partial lung collapse, 2 liters of infected fluid removed from my abdomen, and an incision that ran from under my breast to my pelvic area, which has left a deep scar. I was hospitalized for 3 weeks. My body was overwhelmingly consumed with infection. I nearly lost my life. I remember praying, God, just allow me to be peaceful when I go. After my discharge from the hospital, I required around-the-clock care for 3 months. My mother fed me, bathed me, and even helped assist me in the bathroom while I slowly recovered. Today is the first time I'm sharing my story. It's taken many months of physical and emotional healing to get where I am today. I have come forward so people can learn from my experience and the experiences of other women who have been impacted by these laws. Texas abortion bans unleashed by Donald Trump almost cost me my life and have left me with physical and emotional scars. I'm here to advocate for the women who are unable to share their truths, for the many Black and brown women whose pain is often dismissed and disregarded, for the women like Amber Thurman who have lost their lives under Donald Trump's abortion bans. I never thought I would have this type of personal experience. If it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. The same people who create these laws should ask themselves, what if it was their loved one? For all the mothers, daughters, granddaughters, there has to be change. Kamala Harris is that change. She is fighting to restore the rights of women that were so wrongly taken away. This election, I proudly cast my vote for Kamala Harris. Because lives depend on it, and I urge you all to do the same. Now, I am incredibly honored to introduce to the stage Arthur, philanthropist, proud mother, activist, and H-Town's very own Miss Tina Knowles.
You can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Right on. Right on.
My God. My heart is so full, guys. This is what you call Houston proud. 30,000 people? Oh my God. Houston, you showed up, you showed out, and that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Andrea, for courageously sharing your story. I am honored to be back in Houston tonight, the city where my girls got their voices. I've been so blessed in my life to have many careers, many black jobs. But I have said before, the best job that I've ever had is being a mother. I've had the privilege of raising and helping to raise 4 daughters. And I also take immense pride in being Mama Tina to so many young women and men. It has been empowering for me. You know, the teleprompter, I'm having a hard time seeing it, guys. I'm just being real here. So it's been powerful to encourage young people and to be there for them as well as my own children. You know, I have always believed that I was raising my girls in a world that with every passing generation was becoming freer for women, with more opportunity for women, a healthier and safer existence for women. And so we cannot accept a country where our daughters and former generations and future granddaughters will no longer have the basic freedom that I have lived with for most of my life. But just as our generation and generations before us did, we will fight for our freedom. Yes. And as I look behind, I also know in order to move forward, we must move with purpose. So I say a prayer that is infused with the strength, faith, and courage of those who came before us. We cannot go backwards, guys. Too many people have died for us to have our freedom. I know in my soul that all those past moments have led us to a time like this. We've got to show up and do our part. And that is why I am here. I am so honored to be here in support of Kamala Harris. And I am also so proud to be here with two of my daughters. Please welcome Kelly and Beyonce.
Charlie, how your angels get down like that? Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that? Tell me how you feel about this. Do you know how you look, how I know I worked hard and sacrificed to get what I get. Ladies, it ain't easy being independent. Question, how'd you like this knowledge that I brought? Bragging on the cash that he gave you was the fun. If you're gonna let me show it, show me no fun. Come on, no one needs to give you what you want. She's on my feet.
To my Houston family. I am so proud to be here back in Houston with my mama T and my sister. Welcome to this day, this remarkable, this joyous day. A date, a day, a time, a moment with weight and meaning for our country, for our people, and for the world. A moment, Houston, where we grab back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story of division and hatred. A moment when we grab back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story of misogyny and racism. We are grabbing back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story that would deny the right for women to make our own decisions about our bodies. Houston, we are grabbing back the pen. We are grabbing back the pen, that pen, to forge a new path with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. We are grabbing back the pen to write a new American story, a story of community, of equality, strength, of kindness, and of hope. When I was a little girl and I pledged allegiance to the United States of America, that meant something to me. That flag meant something to me. And today, that means grabbing that pen and casting my vote, as I already did 2 days ago, for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Now, Houston, you've already had a hand in creating destiny. So do what you do and do this thing again. H-Town. We are so happy to be standing here on this stage as proud country Texas women supporting and celebrating the one and only Vice President Kamala Harris. A woman who's been pushing for what this country really needs right now, unity. It's impossible not to feel the energy in this room, the positivity, the community, the humanity. We are at the precipice of an incredible shift, the brink of history. I'm not here as a celebrity. I'm not here as a politician. I'm here as a mother. A mother who cares deeply about the world my children and all of our children live in. A A world where we have the freedom to control our bodies. A world where we're not divided. Our past, our present, our future merge to meet us here. Imagine our daughters growing up seeing what's possible with no ceilings, no limitations. Imagine our grandmothers. Imagine what they feel right now. Those who have lived to see this historic day. Even those who are no longer physically with us. Imagine all of their sacrifice. The sacrifices made so we can witness the strength of a woman standing in her power, reimagining what leadership is. For all the men and women in this room and watching around the country, we need you. Your voice has power and magnitude. Your vote is one of the most valuable tools, and we need you. Your freedom is your God-given right, your human right. Everybody say Texas. Texas plays a pivotal role to change the course of our future. Texans and Houstonians from 3rd Ward, River Oaks, Sugarland, 5th Ward, Ailey, Memorial, Southwest Side, North Side, all the way down to Mo City. We all have a role to play to make this a reality. We're all part of something much bigger. We must vote. And we need you. It's time to sing a new song. A song that began 248 years ago. The old notes of downfall, discord, despair no longer resonate. Our generations of loved ones before us are whispering a prophecy, a quest, a calling, an anthem. Our moment right now, it's time for America to sing a new song. Our voices sing a chorus of unity. They sing a song of dignity and opportunity. Are y'all ready to add your voice to the new American song? Because I am. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big, loud Texas welcome to the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah, freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves. I'ma wade through the waters till the tide don't move. Kelly and Beyonce! Hey, Texas! Oh, it's good to be back in Texas. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
you, everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. Can we hear it from Miss Tina Knowles? For Miss Kelly? And Beyonce? What a warm Texas welcome. I thank you all so very much. And I thank you, and I thank my friends for reminding us of exactly what we are fighting for in this campaign. We are fighting for freedom. 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 And to Andrea and everyone here tonight whose lives have been impacted by these Trump abortion bans in this moment, I thank you for sharing your stories and for your courage. It is an honor to be here with so many leaders and all of you who have taken the time out of your busy lives to be here this evening so we can, as a community of people, as people who love our country, be clear, sound strong, and stand in favor of the freedom of every woman to make decisions about her own body. I also want to thank the members of Congress who are here, including Colin, Allred. I'm counting on you to send him to the United States Senate so we can get right to work. And to all the elected officials and community leaders, I thank you all. I thank you. See you later. See you later. And we will not get distracted. We will not get distracted. So listen, Texas, we have 11 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. Voting has already started, and we know this will be a tight race until the very end. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay, so we got work to do. We got work to do. We got work to do. And I love that there is so much enthusiasm. But let's talk about the work we've got to do. Okay. Because we've got 11 days to see this through, and we will win. We will win. We will win. Because we know and understand what is at stake. We are 11 days out from an election that will decide the future of America, including the freedom of every woman to make decisions about her own body and her reproductive freedom. Tonight is here because we are about fighting for our future and not letting some people take us back. Because we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. And in America, we know freedom is
understand that what we must do, Texas is right here. You who are ground zero in the fight for reproductive freedom, we must be loud, we must organize, we must mobilize, we must energize the people. Because you all know, Texas is home to one of the most restrictive abortion bans in our country. In Texas, abortion is banned from the moment of conception. You know what? Just send them to that small rally down the street. It'll be fine. Some people don't have a great sense of direction, but that's okay. We'll show them the way. We'll show them the way. Because we know what's at stake and we will not be silenced. We know what's happening here in Texas. Doctors and nurses could go to prison for life simply for providing reproductive care. Think about that. Life in prison for health care providers for doing what they think is in their patients' best interests. You know what? The beauty of our campaign is we're fighting for democracy. And what we know here in Texas is that there are some who would distract from the fact that Texas has a law now that offers a cash bounty for turning in someone who merely helps a friend or a family member get the care they need. In Texas, the law provides for prison for life for healthcare providers for doing what they believe is in the best interest of their patient. In some counties in Texas, they have passed travel bans to prevent women from going to other states to receive care. These are the stakes. And we know how we got here. When Donald Trump was president, he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as he intended, they did. And now more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban. Now 1 in 3 American women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban, including Texas and every state in the South except for Virginia. And many of these bans are causing care to be denied until a woman is at death's door. Many have no exceptions even for rape and incest, which is immoral. And let us agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Not the government. If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government and some people up in the state legislature telling her what's in her best interest when she knows what's in her own best interest. And let us recognize these same people, check this out, these same people who have argued that these Trump abortion bans are in the best interest of women and children, do look at their records. They tend to be in states with the highest rate of maternal mortality in the country. For decades, these extremist leaders who have neglected prenatal care, maternity care, and postpartum care, and who now, after continuously failing to support women and children, claim to care about women and children. Well, I have a question for them. Where you been? Where you been? Where you been when it comes to prioritizing care for women and children? Where have you been when it comes to helping pregnant women and new mothers? Where have you been when it comes to affordable child care? And And do know, many of these same extremist leaders have also refused to extend the child tax credit, which lifted half of America's children out of poverty. They, who have blocked proposals to lower child care costs for working parents, they who have tried to cut WIC and SNAP for low-income mothers and their children. The hypocrisy abounds. And here's what else is happening. These bans are driving doctors out of states like Texas, Idaho, Georgia, and North Carolina, leaving women who are already living in maternity care deserts, meaning there is no maternity care anywhere near them, leaving them with even fewer options. And since Trump abortion bans, fewer medical students are choosing to specialize in women's health. Over these past 2 years, the impact of Trump abortion bans has been devastating. We see the horrific reality that women and families face every single day, and the stories are vivid, they are difficult to hear, they are difficult to tell. For example, here in Texas, can we roll the tape?
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it.
As someone who watched his wife almost bleed to death because of conservative implemented laws,
I had to fight and beg to get care that I needed.
Because I wasn't permitted to have an abortion, I nearly died on their watch.
If I had not been able to go out of state to get an abortion in Colorado, my happy, healthy son, Henry, would not be here today.
They took 2 liters of infected fluid from my abdomen, and the infection was so severe that I almost died.
I was to stay pregnant and deliver a baby that would suffocate in my arms.
On the Roe v. Wade, I did a great thing.
From his own mouth, a great thing. There is nothing great about what happened to women like Kate Cox, who was heartbroken to learn her much-wanted pregnancy was not viable, heartbroken when her doctors told her if she remained pregnant, she would be risking her own life or her ability to have children in the future. But the Attorney General of Texas threatened if Kate's doctors helped terminate her pregnancy, they would be criminally prosecuted. So Kate was forced to flee the state to get the care she needed. In Louisiana, Caitlin Joshua was turned away from not 1, but 2 emergency rooms while miscarrying. She was bleeding. She was in pain. But because of a Trump abortion ban, doctors would not treat her. Because if they did, they would have faced 15 years in prison. And so Caitlin had to go home where she went through the pain of a miscarriage for more than a month, and trying the whole time to hide her pain from her 4-year-old daughter. We know that women have died because of Trump abortion bans. Here today is Shanette Williams, the mother of Amber Nicole Thurman, a vibrant, we must speak her name, Amber Nicole Thurman. I promised her mother I would speak her name. A vibrant 28-year-old mother of a 6-year-old son who died a preventable death because of Georgia's abortion ban. Now, Shanette and her family are courageously sharing Amber's story to make sure we all remember her as more than a statistic, so that we remember Amber was a daughter, a sister, a mother, and that she was loved, and that she should be alive today. And listen, we're all here because we know the reality is, for every story we hear about the suffering because of a Trump abortion ban, there are so many stories we've never heard and untold number of women and the people who love them who are silently suffering, women who are being made to feel as though they did something wrong, as though they are criminals, as though they are alone. And to those women I say, and I think I speak on behalf of all of us, we see you and we are here with you. Texas, what is happening across this state and our country is a healthcare crisis. And Donald Trump is the architect of it. He brags about overturning Roe v. Wade. In his own words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it." That's what he says. And one has to ask, proud that women are dying? Proud that doctors and nurses could be thrown in prison for life for administering life-saving care? Proud that young women in America today have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers? How dare he? Donald Trump even said everyone wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned. Well, a woman in Ohio was arrested and charged after having a miscarriage. So was a woman in South Carolina. They didn't want this. Hadley Duvall, who became pregnant after being raped by her stepfather when she was 12 years old. She didn't want this. Ryan Hamilton, who is here tonight, his wife was denied treatment at the hospital for a miscarriage. They got home, he found her bleeding and unconscious. He dressed her, put her in a car, packed up their 9-month-old child, and drove to a different emergency room where doctors told them she could have died. Ryan didn't want this. Let's be clear. And the men across America, this needs to be said, men across America do not want to see their daughters and wives and sisters and mothers put at risk because their rights have been taken. I see the men here, and I thank you. The men of America don't want this. And now the Attorney General of Texas is suing the United States government so that Texas prosecutors can check this out, so that Texas prosecutors can get their hands on private medical records of women who leave the state to get care. Now, I'd ask everybody here, please do see the irony, okay? Listen to this. On the one hand, Donald Trump won't let anyone see his medical records. I gave up mine. And on the other hand, they want to get their hands on your medical records. Simply put, they are out of their mind. In just 4 years as president, Donald Trump was able to erase half a century of hard-fought progress for women. And now he wants to go even further. He will force all 50 states to track and report on women's miscarriages and abortions, and go after access to contraception and IVF treatment. It's right there in his Project 2025. Google it. And let us be clear, if Donald Trump wins again, he will ban abortion nationwide. And though we are in Texas tonight, I say it to the folks who might be watching from home, for anyone watching from another state, know this: if you think you are protected from Trump abortion bans because you live in Michigan or Pennsylvania or Nevada or New York or California, or any state where voters or legislators have protected reproductive freedom, please know, no one is protected if there is a Trump national abortion ban, and it will outlaw abortion in every single state. Understand that. And he can do it with or without an act of Congress. All that to say,
elections matter. Elections matter. If Donald Trump is president again, he will likely get to appoint at least one additional Supreme Court justice. Remember who we appointed. Call her Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. But if he were reelected, he'd probably get to appoint one, if not two, members to the United States Supreme Court, at which point Donald Trump will have packed the court with 5 out of 9 justices on that court who will sit, but think about that, who will sit for lifetime appointments, shaping your lives and the lives of generations to come. And that is among the many critical contrasts in this election. Look, Donald Trump doesn't trust women, but I do. We trust women, and we understand what's at stake. And with Colin Allred in the United States Senate, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, I will proudly sign it into law as President of the United States. Proudly. Proudly. So to all the friends here, let us remember, momentum is on our side. I know sometimes in Texas, folks are like, is it worth it? Does it make a difference? Yes, it does. You are making a difference, and momentum is on our side. You are making a difference. Since Roe was overturned, every time reproductive freedom has been on the ballot, from Kansas to California to Kentucky, in Michigan, Montana, Vermont, and Ohio, the people of America have voted for freedom every time it's been on the ballot. And often they have voted by overwhelming margins from so-called red to so-called blue states, proving this is not a partisan issue. Because Americans from all backgrounds and beliefs understand the decision of whether, when, and how to build a family is one of the most consequential decisions anyone can make. And we are fighting for an America where no matter who you are, where you live, you can make decisions about your own body for yourself. So moving forward, all of this is to say, reproductive freedom is on the ballot in this presidential election. And in 10 states around the country, including Arizona, Florida, and Nevada. And with the work of everyone here, freedom will win. Freedom will win. And so I want to take a moment to speak in particular to all the young leaders here and across America. Do we have anybody here from Gen Z? You know it is not political. It is your lived experience, and I see you, and I see your power. I see your power. And I know so many of you are voting for the first time. Can I see a raise of hands? Can we applaud our leaders who are voting for the first time? All right, we heard it for our young leaders. That's right. So listen, to everyone here, we know freedom has never come easy. Never come easy. There has been no moment of our progress as a country that did not come about without a fight.
Let's all be clear about that. And we are in the midst of a movement. And everyone here is a leader in that movement. So we do this then remembering those who came before us, those who struggled and sacrificed for our freedoms, who found fellowship and even joy in one another in the fight. They found strength and hope in fighting for our ideals. And that is what we are doing. That is what we are doing because we know weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. So Texas, election day is in 11 days. Early voting has already begun. So now it is time to start making your plan. Go to iwillvote.com to get all the information you need. And it is not only the presidency that is on the ballot. There are many important races, including Colin Allred running for Senate, who we must note his opponent supported a national abortion ban 6 times. An opponent who said he does not support exceptions even for victims of rape and incest. So let's remember, Texas, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard?
Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you and God bless America.
Vice President Kamala Harris just concluding her speech here in Houston at this massive rally, likely some 30,000 people. The stadium fits about 22,000 people, and it was jam-packed with supporters of the Vice President. The entire focus of this event was reproductive rights. That was the entire focus. You see her there going down, greeting some of her followers on the rope line there. And so that's what she's doing. She normally does this after all these different events. So you see it happening right now. And so, folks, it is 10 days until Election Day, November 5th. As she said, early voting has already started. She implored the folks to vote in Texas. There's a massive turnout on Election Day in Texas. We were in Dallas on Monday as folks were going to the polls for the first day of early voting. And so this event here, again, the entire focus of this event was about reproductive rights, because Texas is ground zero for what has been happening in this state when it comes to reproductive rights. It has been an absolute battle in this state. She name-checked the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, who frankly has been operating in a very thuggish way. And so also you have, of course, Republican Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and the way they have behaved in this state has really just been shameful, frankly, when it comes to how they have been treating women. So that's what's been going on here in Texas. And so what they wanted to do here was really make this center stage. So there are two closing arguments that they are making here when it comes to this election. And it is one that is all about, again, the rights of women, the rights of women to make decisions for their own body. And so that's what this was all about here, and why they put to hell this rally here. She then heads back. They're in Philadelphia on Sunday, and then next week they will be having additional events in Arizona, in Michigan, Now on Tuesday, she's going to be speaking from the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., from the same spot that Donald Trump gave his speech on January 6, 2021, laying out the whole issue for this fight for democracy. And so that's what the Vice President is going to be doing on Tuesday. We'll be live from the Ellipse on Tuesday, and so we'll be there broadcasting that monumental speech from Vice President Kamala Harris as she, again, reminds people of what happened on January 6th, reminds people what happens on that particular day. And so that's what's going to be happening. And so we are going to be covering that next week. We're going to be in Wisconsin. We're looking at being in Wisconsin Wednesday and Thursday. I'm going to be in Milwaukee on next Thursday. And then, of course, I'm also going to be in Mobile, Alabama on Friday as well. So all of those things are happening next week as we wind this election down. And so you still see the Vice President there working the rope line, taking pictures with her supporters down there, spending as much time greeting them, the folks who are in the front of that particular stage there. You might have heard during her speech there were several disturbances. About 3, those folks got snatched real quick and moved out of here. We saw one guy who took a swing at somebody. He got arrested. And so we saw that actually happen. So that's what happened during the speech there. And so much happening here. And let me just say it again. I cannot say it enough. Folks, use your voting power. Do not sit on the couch. Do not stay at home. What we need you to do is to maximize your shot. So that's what's going on there. And so you see the Vice President still going down there. Young girls are down there. And she's always on these campaign stops, embracing young girls, talking to them, encouraging them, whether they're black, whether they're white, whether they're Latina, because she understands the importance of being a history maker and for those young girls to actually see someone like her in this position. Kelly Roland gave it a tremendous speech in support of Vice President Kamala Harris. Beyonce said, I am not here as a celebrity. I'm not here as a singer. I am here as a mother. And so those are powerful 4.5 minutes of remarks that she actually gave here as well. The crowd went crazy when Tina Knowles introduced her 2 daughters. When she said Kelly Rowland and Beyonce came out, and both of them spoke with passion. And there was a really important point there when Beyonce looked to the camera and said why we must vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. You know, a lot of people were speculating that she was going to perform. There were people on social media saying, oh, my God, we're going to be leaving. But the reality is this crowd stayed. It really wasn't until almost at the end of Vice President Kamala Harris's speech that you begin to see people leave, trying to beat the traffic. As I said, this stadium holds 22,000 people. You probably had anywhere from 25 to 30,000 people who were here. And so some people were looking to leave early. But again, it was a crowd that stayed. Unlike the Donald Trump rally that is happening in Michigan, folks, of course, have been leaving there because he's been late. This here was about an hour late or so. She was originally supposed to speak around 8:30 p.m. Central, but she really did not speak until almost an hour after that. And so you still see her greeting folks there. We see her greeting folks there, taking photos. She's almost at the end of that rope line. And so she is heading out again, back on the campaign trail. And so that's what's going on. And again, we're seeing what we're just seeing what's going on. How Secret Service is, I guess some people are reaching over and they want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Or is that somebody who's somebody's holding up a sign or something along those lines, and they are, we're trying to see what's going on here. There was a high five there, but looks like somebody has some type of protest sign and Secret Service was making sure that they did not thrust that forward. So that's what the little, I won't say altercation. You see lots of high fives that are going on there as well. Secret Service has really clamped down at all these events after both assassination attempts against Donald Trump. And so they have stepped up security everywhere. She was at, of course, New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Atlanta on Sunday. And then when she walked into the sanctuary, they locked the doors down. About 1,000 people could not get into the church. When we were at the church in North Carolina, exact same thing happened. They didn't even allow any of the church members to park in the parking lot. They actually bust them in from other locations. And so that was what was going on there as well. And so, again, there's been a step-up security, again, ever since those two attempts. Now, looks like the vice president is moving to go to the back of the stage. Look like she's walking back on the stage to greet all of her supporters who are behind. So, yeah, so you see her exiting the premises and waving at everyone, and then she is headed out. So folks, it has been quite a successful day here in Houston. We have been here since a little after 10 o'clock this morning. We had to get in here to get all of our equipment in, have it swept by Secret Service, and we did that. And then, of course, we then came back in here after 4 o'clock to set up for this particular broadcast. And so we want to thank all of you for sticking with us. Almost 10,000 of our live viewers on our feed for this as well. Almost 4,000 likes. So before I sign off, a bunch of y'all watching right now, hit that like button before we go. Now, do us a favor as well. And I've said this numerous times. We don't have millionaires and billionaires who are supporting the work that we do. We don't have advertising agencies like Group M and Publicis and Horizon and these folks sending us checks. We're getting no money from these agencies. And so your support is absolutely critical for the work that we do for us to be able to travel around this country. It costs thousands of dollars to be able to hire a crew and to be able to travel and set things up. So your support is critical. And so do us a favor and be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. I've literally had members, people have actually handed me their donations for this week. So you can see your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. PayPal is R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Also, folks, do me a favor. I want you to download the Black Star Network app. Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. And be sure to get a copy of my book, White Fear, The Browning of America, Making White Folks Lose Their Minds, available at bookstores nationwide. And so you got Books A Million, you got Target, you get the audio book on Audible as well. And so, folks, that is it for us. I'm ready to fly home, although I'm here in Houston, born and raised here. Brother's tired. We've been on the road. We were, of course, in Dallas Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Came back to D.C. Tuesday, which was in Brooklyn on Wednesday. Was in Jacksonville at Edward Waters University yesterday. Flew here to Houston. Back to D.C. tomorrow. So we'll be in D.C. Sunday. Don't forget, Sunday, brothers, I need y'all to sign up right now for the Win with Black Men call. President Barack Obama is going to be on that call. Pull the graphic up and show it right now. You can sign up at winwithblackmen.org. You can also take advantage of the QR code. Pull the graphic up, folks, if you can. Thank you very much. And so that right there, we got our call. We want to see as many of y'all as possible on that call at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I want to see y'all on Sunday. And so we're going to be making that happen. Then also, give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Just hold tight 1 second because I'm doing another call taking place on Monday. And so I have to, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find that. I want to show y'all. Go ahead and pull the Win with Black Men one back up. I appreciate that. If y'all can pull that back up. Show that. And then I want to pull up the other we're doing. It's a call that we're doing on Monday. It's going to be after our show. We're going to carry on the show as well. And so the question is, what do black men want? And so to the control room, I'm dropping this in Group Me right now. So y'all be prepared for y'all to grab it, please. Give me 1 second. So I want to just show y'all this graphic as well. We need folks to sign up for that because, again, we are, let's see here. There we go. Here. All right, Terrell, you got them. Let me know when y'all pull them up. So the Win with Black Men call is taking place on Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern. There's another call that with black business leaders that I'm going to be moderating from 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Eastern on Monday. And so we're going to show those graphics real soon. I'm going to post those on social media as well. So we want all of y'all to sign up for this. Again, we are driving the conversation. We're talking about these very issues that's going on. And so that's what we want y'all to do. So again, it's a lot that's going on, in the final 10 days. We are covering as many of these issues as possible, talking to various people around the country, driving home the agenda of Vice President Kamala Harris, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, so people know exactly what is going on. And so that's what we want y'all to be focused on as well, all right? And so control room, if y'all have those graphics, go ahead and pull that up. Again, as a matter of fact, there's another call happening tomorrow that Sophia Nelson is doing that is taking place. And let me see if I can pull that up. So just give me 1 second. All right. So control room, y'all have that one as well. So there are 3 calls happening in the next 3 days. I'm not going to do the one tomorrow because I'm traveling back. Y'all have that graphic right now. And so if y'all could go ahead and pull that up. And matter of fact, let me do this here. Anthony, I'm going to airdrop you something. So go ahead and accept it. I need you to show it on the air. So give me 1 second. So y'all know how we work when it comes to live television. I just want to show y'all these 3 particular graphics so you are fully aware of what's going on. So here we go. You should accept it now. No, my phone. Accept it on my phone. All right, hold on 1 second, y'all. So we are just trying to get everything situated for y'all so y'all know what's going on. And so there are a lot of conversations. Here you go. Take this here. Let's show those, plug it up on those 3 graphics. The last one first. So there's a call taking place tomorrow that Sophia Nelson is leading. This is taking place tomorrow morning. And so we want to show you that one. And Anthony, go ahead and pull that one up. That one's up. There you go. So that coffee class for Kamala, national call to GOTV, is taking place at 11 a.m. It's a QR code right there, so you can actually see that. And then the next one we're going to be doing, slide to the next one, is this is going to be the Black Men calls that we're doing on Monday, 8 to 9 p.m. What do black men want? With his partnership with the Black Economic Alliance. Slide to the next one, Anthony. And this is the group of men who are going to be on that call right there. So you see, we're going to have a variety of folks, including Ken Chenault, former CEO, American Express, Ken Frazier, former CEO of Merck. And you see Richelieu Dennis with Essence, Derek Johnson, NAACP, Charles Phillips, who just left, who was on the board of Paramount, and then Ryan Wilson. You got Tony Cole. So a number of people, and so that's going to be on Monday. So those are all the calls that are happening. We're doing all that we can to keep you informed what's going on. So, folks, that is it for us. Let me thank our folks in our control room. We normally are live 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. We went late tonight because of this rally here. So we appreciate all of their work, and we also appreciate our crew here as well. So, folks, that's it from Houston, Texas. Again, support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. We will see you guys on Monday. We'll be restreaming this rally this weekend as well, and so look out for that. Plus the other rallies that are going to be happening this weekend as well. Until then, I'll see you guys on Monday. Live from Houston, right here, Roland Martin on the Black Star Network. Holla!